All right, we're rolling. We are rolling. Hey, I'm Eric. I'm making a game. That game is called the Godkiller. It's a 3D puzzle solving adventure game. It has a relentless top down view that shows a lot of information. It features puzzles that seem kind of impossible at first, but then you see it the right way and aha! Linchpin, dopamine. Yeah, it's got a lot of that type of thing. And it's not, I don't know. There's a lot of puzzle games that they're pretty polished and they look nice and they've got great cinematic style, or they've just got just wonderful audio visuals, and you play them and it's kind of dull. If you like puzzles, it's dull because it'll be things like, okay, the door in this room is locked. I have to go to a different place where there's a key that opens this door. Now this door will open. Stuff like that. And the Godkiller eschews puzzle cliches. It's like, if I'm going to go to the trouble to make a brand new game, it's got to have something in it that, it sounds pretentious to say it hasn't been seen before, but at least it's underrepresented, or the specific way I'm presenting it has not been seen before. The specific instantiation of this idea that maybe has been in a handful of games before it will not be the same in this one. Otherwise, there's no point. Don't want to make like a beautiful adventure game that's just like unlock door A to get into room B, which has another key that opens door C. It's just it's not a good use of time, mine or anyone else's. So yeah, I'll go ahead and demo a little bit. This is Mike Reimer's old game from the 90s. All right, never mind that. Fixing the broadcast area. There we go. All right, recent progress. Yesterday I did a couple of things. I mean, I did a bunch of things, but the categories of things I did. Fixed up the death transitions so that they're much more clear and clean, and I did some level fixes. So I'll go ahead and demo the level fixes on this level called Victory Tears, which is one of these levels that is just got all kinds of potential, but all kinds of problems. So I've had to do a lot of work on it. The original draft of it took me a couple days to make. Most levels take me one day, or maybe 4 hours or 5 hours. This one took me maybe 10 hours. And then playtesting feedback from last week. I'll even say it took more than 10 hours because it told me that I needed some other things to be created in order for this level to work, and to have some other levels in front of it in order for this level to work. Let's go ahead and restore it from the beginning. And then the playtesters tested it out even after I had those things in place, and found like 5 or 6 bugs in it. So I'll start from the beginning. Okay. So the first thing I put in here was there's now a stairway that goes off in this direction. Okay, so before there was just a crawl space, and you go through there. That was just to give the player a big, strong hint. Oh, look, crawl spaces. Do you remember crawl spaces? There was one level earlier where we had crawl spaces. Crawl spaces are really low ceilings that the camera does not duck under, basically. So every other ceiling that you walk under, like I'll go over to one over here. This is maybe not a great example because the camera is able to kind of flip around between. Let me see. Oh, here we go. So there's a ceiling there. The camera ducks under it. But if the ceiling is only 1 square high, like this one, the camera says there's no benefit for me ducking underneath there. So let's just go over the top. That was my solution to a camera positioning problem, and I had even avoided putting any crawl spaces or one high ceilings anywhere else in the game because I thought it was just too weird. But then I realized, no, you can make this into effectively another game element. So crawl spaces are here right at the beginning. Okay. Now there's this puzzle here where you're pushing these blocks around, but it's possible to get them stuck in an unreachable area. And I thought, like, maybe I can make some way that you can knock them out of the area with blocks. That would have made an already very complicated looking level into some weird machinistic. Yeah, it would be like opening up a radio and trying to make sense of all the parts in it. You know, that's what it would have looked like after that. And it would have been more complicated too to figure out, like, what if the blocks you push in to knock out the other blocks that got stuck also get stuck? So there's this one scene in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where a cat gets stuck in a crawl space, and no, it was a bird. A bird gets stuck in the inside of a wall, and Dee gets these two idiots to come over and help her, and they say, well, let's stick a cat in there. And then the cat gets stuck in there because the cat and the bird get stuck in the wall, and then they say, well, let's get another cat in there, and then they can have 2 cats and a bird, and anyways. So it would have been the same problem. So instead I created a new element, and I put it over, here, let me first show where it was. I put it over here. It's off and away from everything else on purpose because I don't want it to complicate this puzzle area. This is already a very complicated looking puzzle. It's large, a lot of stuff going on in it. Okay. So it was off in this corner. One playtester nearly missed it and the other one did. So they didn't notice what's up here. And this is my solution for if something gets stuck. It's a game element called an altar, and the way an altar works is you can push something onto it and it destroys everything else that's like it. So if I push the one block onto the altar, got my volume turned down really low. Let's turn that up. It destroyed the one block that I tossed onto the altar, but it also just, boy, gotta find the happy medium. But it also destroyed the one block that was here, and since there's a block pad right underneath the where the one is, it just went back to that. If you're confused by some of these things like blocks, pads, and they're where they go when they die, consider this is like near the end of the game, this level. So as a new player, you would have seen all the other game elements and blocks and block pads, and you would have gone through 2 other levels that had altars in them and solved puzzles around them. 3 other levels actually. So then to make it so that you notice this option to unblock yourself or to get the stuck blocks out, I put that entryway off into this room over here. Alright, that was just a lot of long explanation for something. Maybe if I'm getting across one thing, it's that there's a lot of history and thought that went into this level. It didn't just like pop out of my head. It more than any other level I've created, it's caused me to go back to the drawing board or put supporting elements in it. And at one point I shelved it and thought maybe I won't even put it in the game, but I like the level so much. It's just hard to let go of. And I think I have finally gotten it to a point where it's a good level. But it was hard. Okay, other things fixed on the level. it was possible to drop down on top of this wall underneath before, and that caused like a short circuiting of an important part of the puzzle. There was a place where this you could get blocks stuck too easily. I added some spikes here, and that fixed that problem. There's some cosmetic things too, like some of the geometry here was overlapping with the pillar, so I deleted it so it doesn't intersect. Alright, so let me talk about the refinements to death. Okay, so if I fling myself north, there's going to be some spikes here that pop up and kill me. Okay, the new way of doing death is that it waits one turn before it takes you back to the egg. Or it waits one step. As soon as I press a key, I'm going to be reborn at the egg. And this is just here so I can see, okay, that's where I died. I can form some kind of understanding of what is killing me. Before, it would just knock me back instantly to the egg, and there's no chance to figure out what the hell happened. So, yeah, that's there to just make it easier. I made some refinements to it yesterday. I made it so that skull and crossbones shows up more cleanly in different situations. So I guess you could say bug fixing around that. And you know what it was? There was some behavior I was getting just kind of automatically because the old code I wrote for something different happened to be working the way I wanted, but it was just too many edge cases where it wouldn't quite work. So I had like this little bit of luck where it would show the skull on top of these spikes with the old code, even though I hadn't written any specific code to handle that situation where you're in limbo waiting for rebirth at the egg. And I just kind of got lucky. It worked, but it didn't work in all situations. It worked in like 90% of them. So I just redid the code. I said, I don't care if I had good luck there, because that good luck was coupling. It was coupling the old behavior to the new behavior. If I had to change the other behavior that I want it to work in a different way, it would have broken this thing where the death, the skull icon shows on top. So it was very brittle, easy to break, and I just said, no, who cares if I had good luck in it mostly working, let's just write it the correct way. So I did that, and I spent like maybe 3 hours on that. Alright, so now I'm pretty happy with the death stuff. This is a day when I'm releasing a build to my playtesters. And I do have a lot of stuff in this build to give them, but not so much in the way of levels, because I'm winding down on creating new levels at this point. I'm getting into polishing up behavior and then story stuff. Be a lot of face animation features going in, subtitle improvements, stuff like that. Okay. So this session, I'm going to go through all the reported bugs in the levels, see if I can get them all fixed, or maybe most of them. Some of them are a little bit hard to do today. Okay, so if I go to my backlog, see on Victory Tiers I had like 5 different bugs that I fixed on the level. All blocks plateau. I spent a lot of time on that yesterday. I'm not ever going to demo it. I shouldn't say ever. It's not in my plans to demo this level any further. The most we'll see of it again is maybe a little snippet that goes in a trailer video or something like that. Alright, so if I go back down to levels, you see I've got a whole bunch of stuff here. I'm going to take this one out. I considered it and decided, nah, let's not do it. Okay. So the levels to fix. There. I'm going to define my scope of work for the day. All blocks in discussion chamber. Let's leave those for off stream. In the egg, I'll say maybe I'll get to it. All right. So let's start with crawl spaces. I'll just go right down the list for all of these. Okay, crawl spaces. The first level that has crawl spaces that introduces the player to this sort of game element. And as a game element goes, it reminds me of two game elements that I used in Drod that were kind of like fake game elements. And honestly, they were never that popular. That's maybe a lesson to me. I shouldn't try to push these too hard or expect much of them. The game elements in Drod that were like this was under the tar mazes. Putting elements under this tar thing, this stuff called tar, so that you couldn't see what was there. That's basically what crawl spaces are. And the other one was I had a creature that I made invisible, and it was really just the same logic as another creature that walked around and did things. But because it was invisible, it was kind of like a new game element. And actually all I did is just change the graphics that were used for the existing monster and just called this new monster a spider. Sometimes it would blink and you would see it, but it was really not a great element, and it was only used on a handful of levels, and it was kind of a gimmick. I think crawl spaces are probably going to be like that too. It's like it's okay for a handful of levels, but don't expect for much to come out of it. Okay, so this is the crawl spaces level, and I need to just really broadcast or billboard this particular entrance here. You draw attention to it, and I thought about this. Pretty easy to do. Let's put some grass over here. This will do two things. It'll show like a difference in appearance between the rest of the exterior of this, and it will also, if you're just walking through here quickly, it'll cause you to walk out further out this direction. Like if you're not really intending to stop here, you'll probably walk around this way, and that will mean that the camera will be off over here so you can see the crawl space entrance. And what one player was doing, he was just hugging the side like this, and you can't even see the crawl space. You have to go out here to be able to see it. So if somebody just intends to walk through real fast, they'll come off over here. The camera will be able to show this. I have put a spotlight down there. Something weird happened. Like this one conflicted with the other light. Maybe I'll try that one more time. Let me just see if I can get a spotlight coming out. that looks good. Because that was my original thing I wanted to do. I do like lighting stuff like that. And I've got, thanks to one stream chatter, Cicada, I've got deferred rendering set up so that these real-time lights are not such an issue. Okay, let's just make this like fucking loud and change the color. Purple. Okay, well that's more than enough. Okay, center it. I want to make sure it's not inside of something else. Okay, because that can end up blocking. Okay. And maybe let's do shadows to make sure it doesn't bleed out up top. Okay. You know, if I do this, maybe I can see that looks weak. Now I wonder. Let me see if I can get this to look good with the light, but no grass. I don't really like levels to be needlessly complicated, so it might be a better situation if I can just do it with light. Okay. Problem is, like, it may look nothing like this when I hit play. I think that was what happened before. I do wish that it would maybe scatter a little more on this side. Let me see what I can do. Well, that made it soft. Again, I have no idea if it's actually gonna look like this when I hit play. I'll test it in a second. It messed up this part over here. Let's see if I can fix that with bias. Oh, I can. Cool. What does normal bias do? Not much in this case. I'll put it back. All right. Let's see what it looks like, because that's a pretty good solution. Do I want to be consistent with it and put more lights around? I don't know if I need to. Is purple kind of a little too much? Should I have some purple over here so you can kind of see continuity? Let me try that. What if I make this a point? Does it? No. Let's go back to spot. If I say don't use shadows, will it? Yeah, it gets nuts. Soft shadows. And I guess let's make one more. I do want to kind of show something over here. Here, let's just use this. Yeah, so this will need shadows. That's starting to look right. bouncing around with that. Maybe it's possible to use one light to get everything. Let me play with that a little bit. Turn this guy off. I mean, that's kind of interesting. It's not really like zeroing in on that, but that's a good hint, probably. Would that be enough? So I did want the light to just kind of go straight out. There's like small problems with each solution that I've used so far. Okay, if I bring this here, I've got a chance at having some good light here. It's only there, and then I can come back to here, let's just rename this crawl spot. There we go. All right, now I like that effect so much, it makes me think, like, should I be putting it over here and over here as well? And I'll start this in a second, and I'll just eyeball this, see what it looks like. And then if it looks okay, I think I'll give it a shot adding to the rest of the level. A lot of times there's a big difference between what you see in the editor and what you see in the player. But that looks pretty good. I can bring down the intensity over here. That's a little bit crazy. Like, I want to reserve intensity like that for something super dramatic. I mean, that's fun though. This is fun, seeing your silhouette going behind you. I like that. That's also fun. Silhouettes are fun. And I think I've like accidentally gotten this kind of stylized silhouette from I don't know what exactly, but like around her midriff, like the shadow does not go through that it is not caused by that area, so you get like this little, it's hard to see the full thing right now, but let me see if I can get it to a better spot. Anyways, there's little bits taken out. Hey, Frightlaw. There's little bits taken out of her silhouette. It seems to be that some of the texture chosen maybe have just like a tiny bit of translucency or something that causes it. But it's like an accidental effect that I like. All right, so this is going to work. Yeah. And it also feels like I ought to take advantage of real-time lighting effects. Since I've already bitten the bullet and decided I'm not going to do bakes, I might as well get some cool shadows out of it. So let me start adding this to the rest of the level. And this can be toned down. Oh, the other thing I should have done is check my frame rate to get like a baseline. Okay, so I'll set this down 1.5. Let's get a baseline on the frame rate. Stats, frame rate, okay. That's at 400. Okay, so that's plenty high. The question is, will I make it dip down really low? Okay, so maybe it's hovering around 300 when I come over here with the lights. Plenty high. Let's try just bringing this light under here. Doesn't have to be as pronounced over here. This light, maybe I'll bring it a little ways off so you can see the purple better. Okay, though it would be nice. Yeah, there we go. Okay, seems like we want a general light up here to show purple through. Over here, I think we want a spotlight that shines out. So maybe I'll just reuse the spot and bring that over here. I'm definitely calling a lot of attention to this. That might help with the player finding this over here, because they'll see, okay, there's purple light coming out, and they can also see that it's coming out of these holes. So if I'm consistent with all this purple light stuff, then maybe I'll be doing a good job cueing the player in and giving the level integrity. It's interesting. There's like a point right before it gets crazy where if I change the spot angle just to be right before it gets crazy, but so here I get like really crisp edges. If I keep pulling the spot angle out a little bit, it'll start to get softer, which I like. Over here, let's see if it also does that for me. There we go. So yeah, it's right before it gets crazy. So there it's starting to get soft. Set the intensity down. Okay, it's not bad. This is it's bugging me a little bit, I gotta admit, because when you look at it, it almost seems like it's not light. It's something else. Let me see if I can do better. It just looks like a purple square, and I want it to look more like light somehow. I'm not really sure what does that yet. That might do it, where you see some of the light spilling out a different way. Okay. Then if I go, no, then suddenly it's nothing. Okay. Let's do 48.5. No, 47.5. Okay. Okay, so there you got light that's playing over some different surfaces. That helps to make it look like light. But I've lost it shining through here. I don't want to add even another light source to achieve that. So let me see if I can. Yeah, it's just going to be tough. Anyways, let's turn off snapping at least. Maybe it's better for it to not hit this square. Yeah, I think that's better. Alright, so let's take this guy. Have it come over to the third basement. I do like these shadows over here. Be nice to keep those. This is probably about right. Let's see. Okay, a lot of good light here. Gives your eye something to do. More than just aesthetics, it's giving information, visual information. Like I'm using the purple light consistently to show that there's interior space underneath the floor you can get to. Over here, it gives you a big clue about how to get in. All right, let's take a look. Let's see how my frame rate's doing too. You starting? Yeah, you are. Okay. Okay, starting at 300 something instead of 400. Okay, it did drop me down 50 frames per second or so. pretty good. All right, let's go through it. Here's worst case frame rate right up here. Alright, so now I got like everything visible, and I drop down to 170, 160. Okay, the lighting's good. Let's continue. Okay, should be, let's see, crawl spaces. Middle rail on southwest platform intersects with blocks pushed against it. Oh, that's an easy one. All right. So it's possible to push a block this way, but not the other way. So what I should be doing here is putting a rail on the other side. So we'll go rails. Okay, rail end. I don't know. Let's just bump you over a little bit. Oops. Oh, okay. 7, 7, 5, like that. Okay, cool. Then the first one, let's just delete. Okay, rail end, I think it needs to move a little further. Weird. Okay. I've got 7, 5, no? 6, 5. It's an odd number for it to line on, but it's all right. All right. That should be the end of that. Let me see if I've got the LOD0 problem on these rails. If so, I should fix them. No, they look healthy. Alright, save that. Next, Mobium. Let's fix another level. Okay, so the first thing I wanted to fix is down here at the bottom. Since I noticed that for the main puzzle you don't need all 4 of these, and for the bonus puzzle you don't need to put the blocks down here. I feel like I can tighten this up a little bit and make it nicer if I just remove one of these squares. So I will try to do that without breaking anything. Got extra spikes there apparently. Oh no, that's the top level ones. Okay, there's 2. Okay. Now, am I gonna mess anything up if I just pull that in? I don't think so. I'll just pull it in. Damn. Okay, so. Okay, so far so good. Then. Decorations. Okay. Delete this. Oh. No, delete this one. This guy will just slide over. Okay. Up here. Same kind of thing. Can I just yank it over? Will I be good? Or is that going to screw up the geometry? Seems okay. Don't like to have these diagonal lines as a rule, because sometimes they end up causing the UV maps to get recalculated in bad ways. But I think this one will be okay. That should fix that one. Let's see. Okay, tier 4. There was some decorations I didn't want. I see them here. Let's just get rid of those. Okay, that's pretty good. Over here I'm going to have a pipe going through one of these blocks. I'm not sure if that was a good idea. If I get rid of it, I gotta get rid of it all the way up. I guess I would have to do these two. I'll take a look at it in a second, see if it's really bothering me or not. I definitely didn't notice it before, and it's probably not that big a deal. All right, and there was one other comment I made. Do I need both exits on west side of tier 3? Yeah, the thing I didn't like about these is it let you fling all the way through. Let me see, you got one there. Let me just see if I can solve this if I close one of them up. Okay. Okay. Okay, the pipes going through are not bugging me. I'm not going to worry about fixing them. I mean, it just seems to me it's like somebody had some nice carpentry and they drilled a little hole or bevel through the edge of the gate that the pipe could go through. That's kind of what it looks like to me. It's not bugging me. All right, so let's get W down there. E over. There's a thought. Do I actually need this bit over here? Because I could simplify that staircase if I don't. Because it's possible to fling over there this way. I do need it, though, to come back in the other direction. Alright, so it's down there. Interesting. So there's a death icon underneath there, but I'm basically in a crawl space right now, and it won't show me where I died. I need spikes on top of that area right there. There's one other way I could do it. Instead of having this little chamber that's underneath there like that, I could, oh, that's 2 squares deep. I could have it be 1 square deep. And if you happen to fall down into it without the blocks there, you can kill yourself on the edges if you want. But if the letters are down there, then you can just be on top of the letters and you can walk off onto one of the spikes that are around the edges. I like that better. I think I will do it that way. Okay, let me see if I messed up the third level. Oh shit. I might have messed up the bonus solution though. It's no longer possible for me to get rid of WED to start over and make weld, which is needed for the present, the bonus solution. So I thought that was an improvement, but maybe it's not. The empty space that used to be there in the end was useful for getting those blocks back out so that you can do weld. Alright. So it feels like I need to revert this. Man, it takes a while. Alright, let's do, if I'm going to do revert, I'll use git, but I don't want to use it on the same file that I've got open right now. I want to have a different scene loaded in first. Then I can do a revert on it. Boot will load fast. Oh, maybe, we'll see, we'll see. Git status. Okay, Mobium, are you here? Yeah, well, yeah, there's nothing to revert. I just exited without saving that. That should put it back how it was. Okay. If you ever want to improve your posture, get a chair where the only comfortable way to sit in it, because it's raised up high enough, is with your feet on the ground. And you have to be sitting up straight for your feet to be on the ground. I should not give advice on things like this. I should definitely not. Okay. So this should give me, yeah, I've got the 4 again. But the other thing I said was, I think was right, which is this will be a little bit nicer if I just raise it up by 1. So let me do that. Let's take the underside of the other object here. Just bring it in a little bit. And the floor underneath, I will just pop it up 1. Okay. So with this new change, it's good in some ways, bad in others. If you happen to drop down here before there's blocks in place, it might be a little bit tricky to see how to kill yourself, because you can just barely see the spikes peeking out around the edges. However, I think you would figure it out. But if there are blocks down here, like WED, and you land on top of them, it's a lot clearer to see how you kill yourself at that point. And that's the more likely case of the two. Okay, the other thing I want to check on is on floor 3. Do I need 2 exits open on the west side? Close one of them, see if I can still solve it. The reason I wanted to close one of them is because I didn't like the idea that you might use this little corner here to fling across. All right, then we'll try this out again. Okay, first I'll do WED. Okay, that's easier to see what's going on. Let me try destroying these blocks from down here. Hard to see the spikes, it really is. It's kind of like you just have to sort of take it on faith that something killed you there. And there's no skull over the top of you because it's underneath this very low ceiling. I do have one other idea. I think I will try it out. But first let me check if the solution from the third floor is correct or not. Alright, so we go. So here in theory you might need that other exit. So I've just now blocked off except you can do this. Yeah, okay, I'm still good. Okay, cool. Alright, let's see how it goes. Okay, it works. Okay, a few things to try beyond this. Did I hit that? I hate it when this takes a long time, but I don't realize if I've hit it or not. Let's see. I must not have hit it. Okay. Because if you hit it twice, it will stop and then start again, and then you'll have to stop one more time. You'll have tripled the time to get to where you want it to be. Okay, now it's definitely stopping. It's loading that whole level into the scene editor. Alright, I have saved this, right? Okay, we'll save it now. So I'm about ready to make a change that if it doesn't look good, I want to be able to revert it. So my idea is that we'll make a fatal drop here instead of spikes, and that might be more visible. And if it's not visible, if it's not any clearer when you're looking at it, at least the result of it will be clear. Because when you have a falling death, it's obvious why you fell. Or it's obvious why you died. Alright, so let's take the side of this. This kind of feels like maybe I should just redo it. That will probably go faster. By the way, this one's a little messed up too. How much stuff do I have to redo there? Not too much, let's just redo it. Because that looks like bad geometry there. So might as well fix all of that in one go. Okay. What do I need here? In fact, you know what? I can drop it down even further. I could definitely do that. If you're down here, you could be just in this kind of crazy place floating above everything. I think the camera would kind of be like this. I don't like to have things just floating, so I need to create some kind of geometry that explains why it's like that. That's not too hard though. I did something like that already. Okay, let's take before I do that, there we go. Okay. All right. So then let's take a wall. Get it a little bit closer than that. Okay. And then I want to throw some spikes down so the player doesn't feel like they can walk around on this. Yeah. I do not know why sometimes the grow selection hotkey causes it to grow the selection, and other times it just gives up. Okay, I'm just trying to add a little more geometric detail to this so it doesn't look as plain. That's the idea. Should this light go down further? It's just going to be super bright down there, which kind of matches the idea that, you know, it's exposed to the outside light, so it's going to be like a little bit crazy. These spikes, they look a little off. Let's just scoot them in a bit. No, better. Okay, I think I got some other spikes that have that same problem over here. Oh, but LOD, I do not want to touch those. Now that I think about it, I do not want to touch those. Because LOD means that the positions of all the different LOD versions of it they have to match. Otherwise, as you transition from one to the other, there'll be some jarring changes in the layout of them. Okay, that's pretty good. There's one other thing I wanted to play with. I've got this thing where it's all rotating. It felt like it could go faster though. So I'm going to go up to twice what it was going now. Let's see if this makes me sick. Okay, now it's proper spinning. It's definitely much more noticeable. I think I want it to be ignorable but noticeable. This feels a little too much, that spin. I might try right in between the two. Still pretty hard to tell what's going on down there. It's clear you died there because, you know, you went a fallen. That light, I'm going to have to tone it down because it's making it hard to see that you could step down off the edge of this last D. Like, it's hard to see what's going on over there. Okay, but if you do, you can go, yeah, that destroyed them. It's too bright. It's too bright. But also I might consider having the depth of it go down further so you can see a little bit better. Alright, so I got some small changes to make. Rotation speed. 2 feels too slow. 4, too fast. 3, maybe just right. I don't know. We'll see. This light. Let's do 1. Let's see what's going on. Let's bring this whole thing down also. Oh, I mean, like, just give me the whole thing. Bam. Alright, first U. Let's go down. 4 squares. 1. Ah! Okay, snapping. 1. Oh, too small to snap. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we've now gotten to the point where my code will give it this texture no matter what, because it's pretty low. I think that's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Undo. Never mind. Never mind that whole approach of grabbing a bunch at once. I don't think that's the right way. Okay, I can fix that. Man, as soon as you grab a bunch of them, it just gets iffy. All right, so what's the number I actually want on these? -10, okay. Let's just do them all at -10. So annoying to have to do this again and again and again. But almost done. Okay. This thing down here. Remove the floor decorator and just hand decorate. And we'll say this up here. We'll make it there we go. So if I come back up, I mean, you're not even going to see this stuff I made over here to link it up to the ceiling and all that. I don't even know. Is that helping, having this light here? Just maybe I'll still eat the light. Yeah. Okay. Try all that. I hope this looks right. Because it takes a little while to try each thing. It takes a little while. Alright, I'm going to go grab some coffee while this loads up. Okay. Thinking about the spin there. It's better. This might be the right number. I don't feel sick when I look at it. Somebody else might. I think I'll leave that one for the play testers. Okay, let's go get down to the bottom. This is pretty good right here because you can see up above you can see the spike room all right. There's nothing too distracting down here. You can see you got 4 squares to drop down to. You can see that they align up above with the 4 empty squares. It's clear you're surrounded by a drop on all sides. It's clear that there's spikes there that would kill you. If I go this way, all right, so then let's do the puzzle. I think I got this one. This is fine too. This is just fine. Okay, fixed it. Fixed it, fixed it, fixed it. All good. Good with the spin too. Yeah, it's interesting to me too that, you know, there's some views where the clouds kind of fill up the windows and other views where you can see more of the ground. to the north. Yeah. All right, that's a done level. So let's drag the stuff for Mobium up to the top. This is my release notes up here. Okay. Let's see what's next. Not much. There can't be much left. Yeah, this is going to be easy. Except maybe this one. All right. Sky Altar. Here we come. Oh, I called it something else though. Altar spelling, that's what I called it. Okay. Okay, so this. Okay, so this is just visual clarity. I want this right here to have a wall texture instead of a floor texture. Bath wall tile B. Do I have that? Oh, I already had that. Okay, so there's that. So that gives clarity. You'll be able to see pretty easily that the blocks are going to land here instead of over here. Okay, and also that it's impossible for anyone to ever step inside of there. It seems like it's possible to get stuck down here. I should make some way to be able to kill yourself if you need to. So I'm just thinking about that particular problem. So if you end up getting down there, you'd be stuck. I could add some pop-up spikes at the bottom. That wouldn't give you an ability to get out of it all the time. But it would dissuade you from wanting to go down there. It wouldn't be as visually complex as if I made like some spikes off to the side. I don't want to add too much visual complexity. So let's try to do it that way. And this looks like kind of a monolithic thing that will be a pain to redo. You know, maybe it's not that bad. Maybe I just delete this. Not you. Just delete this guy. And then does that go right against the edge? No, it's got a whole block space there. Okay, so that's not bad. That's not bad at all. On this side, yeah, that might work. Let me just drop in some pop-up spikes. Maybe I'll call them pop spikes. Pop spikes. Pop spikes. That rolls off the tongue better. I already abbreviated them to pop spikes because I was running out of space to describe things. I kind of like that shorter name though, so I might stick with it. Okay, so we go bam. All right, that should be pretty clear to the player. Don't go down there. Just let that be. Okay. What else was there? You can get the two E's stuck on one side. That's kind of a pain, I gotta admit. I know of a way to fix it. It will add visual complexity, but it might also solve the other problem I have. Let me save what I got here. Before I do that, let's do a git commit. I haven't done that in a little while, so let's do that. Okay. Let's see. While it's doing that, I want to look at something. Bit bucket more than 2 gigabytes. Because I want to keep using Bitbucket. the thing. It's like I think I just want to pay them money to get that larger amount of storage. I mean, I've got free storage now on Bitbucket. Let's see. Do you just have you know, something that's like less than $30 a month? Will get me up above that. Yeah, that's what I want. I would probably even go. Well, wait a minute. If it's large file storage, you're just saying one file can be that large. Is that it? Or is there still going to be a limit to the overall size of the repo? That's the limit that I'm more worried about. There's other stuff in here I'm not even using. So I could, well, this is integration. It's not like you get Jira. That's with Atlassian. Atlassian is Bitbucket. I don't know if I would get Jira with it. Do I want Jira? Nah, it's probably too much. Do I want Trello? Yeah. I could be running builds on it, I suppose, but I've already got that with Unity Cloud Build. What is Code Insights? Nah, I don't need that. How do I get past the 2 GB repo limit? I can break it up into multiple repos. I don't really want to do that though, because Unity Cloud Build wants to pull in one repo. All right, get it. Learn more. Okay. Okay, so it seems like it does. Okay, let me see, what do I actually have to do on this? Okay, cool. Okay. This I like. I don't even know if I'm already using Git LFS, because they make it sound like you don't have to do anything. Oh, no, here we go. This is something for me to start thinking about, but I'm not going to make any changes for today. I think I am running up against that limit pretty soon. Each time I do a push off to Git, it seems to, off to Bitbucket, it seems to go up like 100 megabytes or so. I might like at 1.6 now. Next time I do it, I might be at 1.8. So I do have to figure it out pretty soon, but maybe not right away. Okay. So for this guy, I think what I could do, throw them up here. Basically, I'll make this so that you have to keep each column in its own place. To pull this off visually, I think it's got to go up one more. I'm a little worried about these rising up though, because that takes them further away from the ones down here, which means that if they get destroyed down here, they'll end up going down there. So this may not be a good idea at all. All right, let's put those back. Kind of a weird idea, but one thing I could do is make these a little bit smaller widthwise. So that I've got room to put rails in between, and then they would not be pushable to the sides. It may not be worth it, because they'll look weird. All right, let's just do a quick experiment. So let's say x.9. This would require a little bit extra code. To scale these correctly when they're being reborn. So let me just see if I'm okay with this as a general approach for this problem. Do that, then maybe I've got a little bit of room to stick some rails in between. Let's take a look. I probably have to kind of split the difference and make the rails shrunk down. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, so far this isn't really close to looking good, but I assume I can fiddle with it a bit and get it to look all right. Unpack this. Let's get rid of the LOD stuff in it. And take out LOD 1 and 2. I'll say U. Get moved over a little bit. Offset. Let's go. 0.5. Nope. No. 0.05. Negative 0.05. How close am I? Okay, and it needs to be super small in comparison. 0.5. Okay. So that kind of fits. Okay, I got one block. We got a few blocks here that weren't shrunk. Can fix those. This feels like it might work. might be able to get rid of the grass, which is kind of like a consolation to this extra visual complexity I had to add, because it would no longer be possible to get around these blocks and make them push them the other direction. You can only push them in. So let's go ahead and do that. If this doesn't work out, I'm just going to do a revert to bring everything back to how it was. So random. Yeah, I hate that. So I try to get good at Pro Builder and use their hotkeys, and their hotkeys have bugs in them. No. So sometimes the G key will allow me to switch in between these two. Well, I mean, no, that works consistently, and that's a good, useful hotkey. One of like the most used hotkeys, probably the most used hotkey for me. Then grow selection is Option G, but for some reason that's not clear to me. Sometimes it'll interpret Option G as just plain G. I suppose one thing I could try is just changing that G key to something else, if Pro Builder lets me do that. I can't remember if it does or not. But there seems to be some kind of like hotkey collision going on. And it's intermittent, or there's some situations where that collision occurs and I don't get what I asked for, and other times I get what I asked for. So I don't have good, efficient workaround behavior on it. All right. So, question is, will this look all right? Let's take a look. I think it's okay. Yeah. I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's bad. Like, you might not even notice that they're skinny blocks. No, those are skinny rails. Here's the full-size rails right up here. You see them together. The worst thing that might happen with this is the player does fixate on the differences between regular rails and these skinny rails, and they could think it's a new game element. I could make the top rail fat though. That would help. That would help. Okay, the skinny blocks themselves. Let's see what they look like when they're all down below. It's forgivable. Like the player might be kind of like, what? Huh. Player's not used to seeing gaps in between blocks. They're not used to that. There's something kind of odd going on over here too. It looks like something's going through it, maybe. I can't really tell. Let me bring up the scene view so I can get a little more. Oh, that's the stuff up at the top. I should just delete this. That would be a problem with skinny blocks or regular fat blocks. Yes, I should delete that. That's going through the blocks. I'm able to see it now because there's a gap here. I wasn't able to see it. But technically, it would have been there for the fat blocks too. It's just not as easy to see it. So from this point of view, this stuff here would be a little distracting. Okay. So the main thing is that gap there. Another thing I could do, I could make something built into blocks where they just say, am I right next to a rail? That kind of code is going to have so many wrinkles to it though. Like it would be lovely to have blocks just kind of automatically figure out how to compress themselves a little bit so that nothing goes through them, but it's non-trivial to write that. I'm like so close to being done with all this stuff. I don't want to add that type of major functionality into the blocks and debug it in the 1,000 situations that would come up, edge cases. Okay, the main thing I'm having the hardest time making peace with is seeing the gaps here in between the blocks. I could write level controller code and special case it so that when they drop down, the level controller code in this level says if a block is below this size, we're going to make it take up its full space. That's a bit of a cheat. Might be a nice cheat. Let's go back up top, take another look at that. See, that looks pretty nice right there. Thinking about that auto compression again. Maybe the logic's not that bad. Let me think about it. So I could say if there is a rail in the same square, either west or east, then compress the block on x-axis. If there is a rail, either north or south, in the same square as the block, compress the square on z-axis. It's really rails. Then in the code that is used to show the blocks rebirthing, need to check for the rail compression at the birth square as well. So right now, if I just destroy all these blocks, okay, when I go up top, there'll be fat blocks again. Okay, there's one other way to do this, which is much, much, much easier, and I think gets around all the problems. Yeah. Customize these rails a little bit further. Because I can make the rails so they're sort of like just going over the top of the blocks. And the blocks can just be big old fatties, like normal. I think that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. It solves all the problems. And I can picture it in my mind. It doesn't look bad. The worst thing about it would be this thing where it kind of looks like a new game element at first, but the player can mess around with it, and then they'll know. No, it's not. It's just a visual variation. So I'm going to try that. The other thing I noticed myself and the other playtesters doing is coming up to the top of these stairs and thinking, oh, I should go in here. There's like nothing there. So I might do something to make it visually more obvious that it's a window there. Okay. I think I could just make an L along the top so that this window continues over there, and it'll look cool. All right. One, you get to be fat again. Put you on the opposite of a diet. Let's get you some quarter pounders with cheese, fatten you up. Let's take a few trips to Taco Bell. Giving credit where it's due, Unity's doing a nice job of remembering that. Oh, I should say actually ProBuilder is probably responsible of remembering which object I had selected. So I'm just having to do a few clicks here and it just pops up. The specific child object inside of the overall block game object is coming up. Okay, so that's done. These rails, I think I want to take the offset, make them fat again, which will look wrong to start, but I know how to fix it. Okay, then hide all these blocks. I need to work in there. I need to get down there. Okay. Although, here, let's bring those back just so I can kind of eyeball this whole thing. So I want to have this mid piece come up. Let's get a grid and snap up a bit. Oh, it's already set well. Okay. Have this come up. Be above the top of the block. Okay. Nah, that's a little hard to select. All right. Hide the block pad. Hide the stuff in my way. Hide it. Dang it. Bring this guy up. Okay. So the idea here is that, yeah, there's rails, but they're up above the blocks, and Yeah, you can't really get through them. I think that's going to work. The other thing I got to do is make sure it's centered. Is it centered already? It is. It is centered. Okay, cool. So if that's what I want, then let's get rid of the other ones, and then I'll just kind of repeat this one here as the this guy here, honestly, yeah, okay, here, let's just do this. Okay, I will need to delete this bit there, but I'll do it in a second. Delete that, then that, like so. Okay, this guy, I want to come out to the edge. So put 0.05. See, it still looks like it's sort of blocking right here. So maybe, yeah, let's take this out. We'll take the rail all the way to the end. Oh, -42? No. 4, there we go. Okay, rail goes all the way to the end. On this side, let's pull it out a bit. That looks pretty good. But then I can see that this is missing a little bit. So let's take this. There we go. That time it grew the selection. Okay. So that looks like a complete rail to me. It also looks like the blocks can go underneath it. Let's find the... Let's just take all 4 of these and kind of just, 5 of them and duplicate them over onto each spot. might do it. This side looks a little funky. Maybe the way to fix that is we'll just go duplicate like so. Duplicate, bam, like so. Duplicate, bam. Okay. So that looks more plausible. Okay. If you're over here, you can't really see so much detail. Rasophone. Oh, you found honor. That's a nice big word. Rasophone, what's going on? It's been a while. Block pad. Okay, let's bring everything back in. Oh, just like different times and all that. Yeah. Oh, things are going good. I've got pretty much all my levels done, and it's just a bunch of refinements. And then I've got story stuff, which will take me a long time. A long time. So it's going to feel like I'm almost done for maybe a year or so. But the game plays from beginning to end now. And plays well. Playtesters are enjoying it anyways. So I need to put a couple letters down at the bottom to begin with to force a non-trivial solution. So let's do H and L from that column. Yeah, I'm going to play test this in just a sec. Let's see. How's stuff going with you? Let's see. You were working on like mobile games for that company. Well, maybe not mobile games, but it was like a Unity app inside mobile. I can't remember if it was an actual game or if it was a Unity app that was not a game. Yeah. Is it getting stressful as you get closer to the release? It's not bad. I think I might fiddle with this join here to make it a little bit better looking, but other than that, pretty decent. Oh, I can't go down there now, which is kind of cool. So I don't necessarily need those spikes down at the bottom to keep me from getting down there and getting stuck. I think I'll leave them just in case though. I could get down there if I really tried to. Yeah, the rails, I think they work. Doesn't really look like a new game element, which is good. I don't really want that. Looks fine over here. So let's do. That's awesome, man. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. A lot of times towards the end of the project, you just hate everything and you just want it to be done and burn out. So it's good that you can feel like a little bit of celebration to it, and you feel like you had a journey. You know, you've gotten better at some things. That's good. Hopefully the people you're working with are good teammates. YNE, okay. Oh, I need the E down there, okay. Okay, not bad. All right, let me fix up a few more things. Okay, the other stuff I want to fix up. Well, depends who you are. I'll tell you how I feel about it. I think he is. I much prefer Biden over Trump. I'll say that. Things feel safer with Biden over Trump. But Biden, the Democratic Party in general, in my view, you know, how I feel about it is that they're just shills for corporations and you know, it's just, they're not much better than Republicans. I think the Republicans and the Democrats are serving the same interests. They just have a different flavor to it. So I'm not happy with either of them. I liked Bernie Sanders. I liked Andrew Yang. Elizabeth Warren I would have liked a little bit better. Anyways, it wasn't my candidate. And as far as like how do people feel in Seattle, Seattle's a liberal city, you know, very left. So the mood in Seattle is like relief. People are like, whew, finally, maybe even a little bit of celebration. But even people on the left, like the they never really got behind Biden. So it's not like anybody's excited about Biden. It's just more of a relief. So Obama was a different character. Obama was like, you could get really excited about the future with Obama. Biden is just more just, can we have a break? Can we just have somebody that just acts like an adult? Isn't going to do something too crazy? That's what Biden's like. But I think he's garbage. He's just better garbage than the other garbage. Alright, so on this one, what to do there? I think my real difficulty here is that I deleted the stuff that was underneath here. So let me get rid of this. I deleted some surfaces and they're going to be hard to get back. So it's just easier if I'll just create a new cylinder there. I can use this rail end thing that I've got. Rail end, where are you? Is that right? Is that right at the floor? Okay, there's the floor. Okay. Then take that guy, just yank it up. There we go. Then might as well just get rid of these, and I'll just clone that one. Yeah, it looks like I need to fix the gap here. Stop it, man. Okay, tools, Pro Builder. There we go. Yeah. So the best thing, well, maybe there's a few good things you can say about Trump. Not many, but so you say he tried to move real production from China to the U.S. He didn't try very hard. He made a lot of noises like he was going to do stuff like that. In theory, he could have been somebody who made some very good trade deals because he was enough of a wild card that potentially he wouldn't be worried about like global trade elitism and the different large corporations that put together things like NAFTA that didn't really help the U.S. economy. It helped all the large multinationals. So he had the rhetoric right on a lot of that stuff. But he's not a smart guy. He can't even figure out how to put a plan together. He only, like, in the moment says things that sound kind of good to his ears and make him look good. He's not an administrator. He's not someone who governs. He doesn't, like, figure out how to enact the things that he is claiming he wants to do. And you look at what he actually did do compared to what he said, he's very unimpressive, and worse than unimpressive. He's kind of like a child. It's like if you or me had a job in government, we would take some pains to try to figure out how to actually do things. He's addicted to his own image of himself and portraying it in a way that gets people to rally behind him. That's Trump. With Biden, the best thing about Biden is not Biden. The best thing about Biden is that he'll just get other people to do things. He sort of understands at least how to have some kind of political organization that runs and achieves things. So some of his appointees are terrible already. Some of them are pretty good. There's like somebody, but they're not going to be completely incompetent. So Trump would specifically pick people to go into agencies that were against the very agencies they went into and had no experience running them. Like he would just send someone who was against environmental regulation to be the head of the agency that regulates the environment. So his whole thing was dysfunctionality from the very beginning. So he just doesn't know how to like run a large thing and make it work. And in some ways, I'm kind of glad he was incompetent because many of the things that he wanted to do were just really terrible ideas. So he wanted to build a physical wall between the U.S. and Mexican borders. And he was saying, we'll get Mexico to pay for it. Or, in some of his budgets, he got like a little bit of money for it. But if he was actually able to build that, the country would not be better off as a result. It would have, created more problems, and it would have put us more into a sort of nationalistic place. If he was actually successful at that. So he was bad at doing anything. And that was probably a good thing that he was bad at doing things, except for a few, which I wouldn't have minded if he shook things up a little bit as far as trade agreements go. All right, let's see how this. What the other thing I wanted to fix on this was this window. I want to be very clear that this is not a doorway that you can walk into. So let's fix that. Let's say delete that. Delete that. Oh, well, how are, you might be typing something right now. If you are, you can finish typing, whatever. But how's politics in Belarus? I think I remember that right. You're from Belarus, right? not that one. Undo. Okay, go back to where you were. Go ahead, go back, undo. Bridget, okay, cool. And then on this side, I think I can get away with just pulling this off this direction. You know what, let's do it the right way though. I'll do it the right way. I'll make it one object. Okay, so delete that. And then let's do an edge loop in the middle of this guy. And I will bring it flush with the bottom. All right, now I got a clearer thing. When you walk up the steps, you won't see it like a doorway you can walk through, maybe. Okay, anything else here I want to do? This looks pretty decent to me. Interesting. All right, let me look up this Belarus 2020 election. Lukashenko. %80 of the vote, huh? If that's true, he'd be very popular. He's won every election since '94. Wow, he must be a great guy. And these people, they're saying they weren't free or fair elections, but do they know what they're talking about? Look at that guy. How could you not love him? 80% of the vote, very popular. This sounds very familiar to me. All joking aside, I was joking just a moment ago, but I feel like our country, like, it's going to be normal now for everyone to be distrustful of the elections and think that they got screwed over, and they're usually somewhat right. Because there is some election fraud all over the place. There's all kinds of rigging. It's just that it's not centralized. So what I mean is, I think in Belarus, maybe it's like this where, here, let's take a look. I should learn instead of guessing. Okay. So I'll say I don't know what it's like in Belarus, but in the U.S., there are 50 states, and each one has its own way of counting the votes and collecting the votes and turning in results. They all do it differently. Some of them do it in really stupid ways. Some do it with paper. Some do it with electronic machines. Sometimes the contracts with the companies that provide those machines are suspect. Like there could be kickbacks or there could be manipulation of the machines. All the results come in at different times. It's just a whole bunch of different ways of counting up the results. And a lot of it's controlled by different people in power, and they twist it around to help them out. There's different ways to keep people from coming to the polls or having their votes counted. There's lawyers all over the place that will litigate in every single state. So it's a very confusing, complicated system. So it's almost certain that in any election there's voter fraud. It's just a question of how much. So you could say that maybe there's like 5% voter fraud or something like that. Yeah. Okay, so you got a centralized system of elections. So do like places like Brazil. In Brazil, that it's seen as not corrupt, but it's centralized. It's very efficient. So yeah, there's good and there's bad things about having it be decentralized. The good thing is that it's very unlikely that one person or one government or one group of individuals can rig the whole thing. It's just too much work, and it's too hard to do it without everyone seeing a conspiracy. The bad thing is every election is going to look like a shit show in the U.S. It's going to look all crazy and messed up, and there'll be somebody somewhere that's doing something that's wrong. Every single election in the U.S. is going to look like that. But the actual ability to take a whole election just by voter fraud is quite small. Then there's the whole thing where it's just complicated. But like some smaller states have a disproportionate amount of votes going to the election. Because of this thing called the Electoral College, which says that it's not the total number of people voting, it's inside of each state. Each state gets like a certain set of votes, and then all the votes that people make are represented by those state votes. They call them Electoral College votes. And it's just it makes everyone upset every time. It's just going to get worse. It's going to get worse. I mean, there's people on the left that say the right stole elections, and there's people on the right that say the left stole it. And there's no doubt it's a crooked system. It's just that it's not as clear cut as people that go and like protest and they say that Trump won that election. No, he didn't. He didn't. You don't have any evidence to show that. You can show some fraud some places. But for the whole thing, like if you took all those, maybe, handful of places where you actually saw some legitimate fraud and you flipped it the other way, it would still be the same result. And you're saying in Belarus, it's just complete fraud. And you can see why. It's possible, right? Because you've got this really centralized way of reporting, right? So maybe, the people in power, they just say, well, here are the results. We got them. We counted them up. Here's what they are. And they just make up a number. And you don't have to do much work to pull off something like that in Belarus, maybe. Well, it sounds like there's something at least good that people know in your country, that there's this bullshit, right? Maybe that part is good. But yeah, I don't want to say too much about it. It's not my country, and they could miss a lot of things that I shouldn't say anything about it. All right. feels like I should fix something here, but I'm only going to do it if I can't. If I can see this little empty spot, I'll fix it. So I'm going to test it right now. Let's see if it matters. I suspect it doesn't matter. Okay. I can see it. I gotta fix it. Dang it. Oh well. I do like the L. The L looks good to me. Okay. Let's see it from this side. Yeah, that works better. I gotta remember to delete this stuff up here. Okay. Got it. A few more little tweaks and I'll be done with this level. Oh man, that's sad. That's something to be angry about and sad about. I don't know. Maybe you're our big brother. Maybe we'll grow up and do the same shit. Same ugly, ugly shit. Seems like the way the U.S. is heading. What do I need to do to fix these? Can I just fill the hole in this? Let me see if I can fill the hole. Dang it. There. Okay, tools, bound, geometry, fill hole, do it. There we go. Okay, that's much easier than the other way. Okay, so we'll take this. Move it back over here, and instead of doing that same operation again, I'll just duplicate. Yeah. Old trick, right? People from the outside are messing up our elections and ruining our elections. They're causing protests. They're causing the problem. Enemies from the outside. It's the same trick. Everybody uses it. U.S. too. For the U.S., I think they overstated the influence of the Russians on the last election. I think they overstated it. Let's see. It looks like these are because they just didn't spend that much money. They did have some kind of weird little propaganda thing they were doing on Facebook, but I don't think it swung the election. I think, yeah. Man, I've spent a lot of time on these rails. Would not mind being done with them. Yeah, I mean, there's always reasons why some other country might want to manipulate things inside your country, even if it's an unimportant country, maybe in the grand scheme of the world or something. But I just feels like your description above sounds like standard propaganda. You know, all these other forces from outside our country are trying to ruin us. That's what Trump does, or did. I mean, yeah, it's standard. It's a standard thing. There's that famous book by George Orwell, Animal Farm. No, it's all right. It's all right. I'm pissed off too in my own different way, you know. I get it, and I don't even understand, like, you know, your situation entirely, but pissed off at similar things, you know. That's so annoying. I keep on almost getting it, and then I'm like just off by a little bit. All right, what now? What now? Come on, I'm tired of this. Tired of it. Okay. All right, so I can see that's overlapping, so I didn't do that right apparently. Maybe this one's going out further. Or maybe it's just... Alright, put this on the snap. That's important. Okay, is there Z fighting? So weird. I think it's just, I'm just off by 1 again. I think that's it. Ah. Okay, and you go this way. And then why, after I did all of that, why is it not coming to a snap on negative 44? Alright, I think this is good. I think this is good. Let's just copy it over. Yeah, there's no Z. There's no Z fighting. Okay, cool. That looks fine. Cool. Okay. I'll give it one more look over and then I think I got this level. Did I hit play? I can't remember. No, I didn't hit play. Okay, here we go. That's some new behavior. So it used to be that the block would just pop right back into place, and now it waits one step and then it comes in. I'm thinking if I like this new behavior or not. I think it's not bad. It gives somebody a chance to see what's going on a little more easily. Alright, that took a while, but I got it. It's done. Move on. Ball, let's save that. Add my bug fixes to the release notes. Alright, so it's, let's see. Where's my levels? Sky Alter. I'll show you. Okay. So here's how the puzzle on this particular level works. So I'm not sure if you remember some of the things, so I might re-explain a few things that you already know. But if you put some blocks together and they spell a word that is on letter gates, I'll show the letter gates, right? So they're all over here. So if I spell love, then this will close, it'll be solid, I can walk across it. Okay. There's all these other words here. Okay. So in this level you would try to at least spell love, and then you try to spell but he has no for you as well, if you want the extra bonus challenge. Okay. So there's blocks down here, but all the blocks do down here is you can push them onto the altars, and the altar will destroy all the blocks that match that. So like there's an L right here. If I push this L onto the altar, it destroys the L here. It destroys the L that I pushed into the altar. And when I come back up, that L goes there, and then the other L goes up top. So if I want to spell love, then I need to use the vertical space to the south of me. So if I go like this, put all those letters down there. So I can look at this, I can say, okay, I know how to remove letters. I could line up L-O-V-E together if I delete some of these letters underneath. So I'll try to spell love across here. That means I have to get rid of one letter here, N or Y would do. Here I have to get rid of 2 letters. Here I have to get rid of 3 letters. Or 2 letters on the last one. So I'll do it. So N. So it destroyed the N block here, and then the O came down. If I get rid of F and R, then V will go down to here. Alright, so got L-O-V. I need to destroy 2 letters here to get E to come down to here. So I'll do T and U. Okay, so love is spelled. So I could exit the level here. To get the other words all at the same time is pretty tricky. I'll show you the solution, but I won't do the whole thing right now. I'll just show you what the solution is. So we say love. Okay, so here's the solution. You have to get all 16 blocks arranged like this, and then if you look in it, it's almost like a crossword puzzle. You see B-U-T H-E-H-A-S N-O-L-O-V F-O-R-Y-O-U. So that one's tricky. That one takes a lot of thinking maybe to come up with the second part. Alright, so I finished that one. Now I want to go on to the next set of bugs for levels. Minipton. Let's see, it was beards, block axles, I think is what I called it to start. I think this is the right scene, we'll see. So this axle here, the spikes on it, had some kind of problem. Let me take a look at it. Is there anything that's... Let me see if I can reproduce the bug. Okay, I think it's a player-only bug. So only in player builds does the bug show up. Okay, I'll just replace that axle and I'll see if the bug is fixed in the player build later. Okay. What? That's weird. Why is it snapping like that? Okay, that's why. Okay, south, south, right, and then west. All right. That looks kind of bad. To have the corner like that going into it. There. Okay, that should probably fix it. But since I couldn't reproduce the bug, there's no point in trying to check it or anything. Alright, so that fixes that, probably. Won't know until I make a player build, which I'll do later today. Yeah, these are my release notes to send out to the play testers. Okay, little arena. Let's fix the stair prefab. I don't know what happened to the prefab over here. I'll just redo it. Probably just move it over. That'll probably fix it. There we go. Just a update to the prefab, and then I had a different pivot point set in it, so that probably messed it up. Okay, do I have the rail LOD0 problem? I do. Okay, so might as well fix that while I'm in here. Okay, we'll say, start with east, rail east, Tools. No. That's east. Go ahead and do north. This is going to be kind of irritating. I can tell already. It's going to take me a while to get all these rails fixed up. Okay, so there we go. Rail and DW. Got so many of these to do. Maybe I should start thinking about making my steps go a little faster on this. Dougal, what's going on? No worries. No, nothing wrong with lurking. Man, I do that all the time. Let's see. Okay, so I'm thinking I got a whole bunch of these to replace. And I started making my life simpler by using this prefab replacement code. I don't think I'm quite ready to make it fully automated, but I think at least a hotkey on the menu item would save me many, many clicks. Yeah, it's a good strategy. It's a good strategy. Fully support it. All right, let's take a look. Unity hotkey on custom menu item. So it's something like that. Let's see. So what's a good hotkey that's not already assigned to something else? Shift. That's interesting. What's the thing you've got regrets about for using the I enumerators? You talking performance or? Okay, so if I do, let's see if there's anything assigned to Shift R already. There's not. So if I just go into my menu items, Godkiller menu, somewhere I've got replace prefab. I think it's R like that. Is that what they're saying? Yeah, that's the shift. Okay, let's try that. I don't know. So I've got like some enumerators. And I've like written some custom ones. So it's interesting to think that every time you do like something like like for each x and y, all the work that is going on underneath the hood, it's a little bit more spendy than for int. Oh, stop trying to overdo it. Oh, wait. So you're not talking necessarily about like low-level flow control. You're talking about setting up functions for coroutines. And you're like worried that maybe the overhead of these is going to be a mess, or keeping track of like all the asynchronous callbacks is going to be a mess maybe. Yeah. That's an interesting problem too, because it's like suppose suppose you're trying to just kind of bite the bullet up front. If you have to do some optimization to have something run in the background, why not do it up front? Yeah, I gotcha. I think I usually wait for something to clearly be CPU intensive, like something that would take more than a millisecond to finish up, and then I write it. Time slicing is another option. You just say you've got these job functions and they do a little bit of work each time. I haven't gotten bit in the ass by coroutines yet, though. So it seems like it's not a bad thing. It's just maybe it could add more complexity than you want if you're prematurely optimizing. I've heard some people say try to get everything that might conceivably benefit from being inside of a coroutine in a coroutine, but it feels like you're just prematurely optimizing at that point. All right, let's see. Does this new thing help me out or not? So if I go NSD and I go Shift R, all right, that's good. I like that. That is helping me. Rail NSDE. got east, I got north. Let's do south. Ugh, lots of them. All right. So rail south. Curious, Dougal, like what kinds of things did you end up writing coroutines for the I enumerables? You might have gone off into lurk mode or something, but I just thought I'd ask. Boom. Okay, that's real SE. Okay. Then rail west. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, is it a text? I get a text. I got a text. Okay. Responding to my lovely wife with a text. Alright. Okay. Change this rail W to rail W. Yeah. I don't think they're bad. Like I've had good experience with them. There's that kind of thing like once you get into them, you end up having to make a whole bunch of state machine type stuff, and then it gets more complex. But that's just asynchronicity. No way around that. The yield stuff actually helps quite a bit for making it simpler. Alright, let's see what all I broke. I'm sure I broke quite a few things visually. I'll try to fix them back up. Glad that those are right. Okay, I'm missing rail ends basically. But is anything completely wrong? That's good. This complicated thing. It's looking pretty good. I just gotta add rail ends back in. I'm only using one in one place now. Thank you. Almost all of them I did create myself. There's some exceptions. The shader I took from FlatKit and I changed it so it had variable line widths. I'm not good at shaders, so I was really happy about getting that to work. Oh yeah, so the thing that I used the coroutines on is these squares that come up around the player. They actually run a prediction of what will happen if the player issues that command. So like if it shows that the player will fall down here when they go west, it actually executes that in advance to be able to tell that that's what's going to happen. There's like things where you can die, and it executes in advance to tell, well, you die if you go that way. So there's like a headless way that the whole game can run, and so there's 4 copies of the game that run in 4 different, just one coroutine, and each one is updated to see like what would happen if I went north, west, south, or east. And then when that coroutine comes back with the results, then I display these squares around the player to show what will happen. I said there's exceptions to the art that I didn't do. These statues were done by somebody who joined me on the stream for chats, and he just went and made them for me one day, which is kind of cool, and I appreciate that. And then the character art here, I contracted this guy in Brazil, who I can't find now, to make these. All the character art came from him. These 2 hands are just an asset I found on the store. With the other stuff, that's mine. 25 years, something like that. So, started when I was, my first professional job was when I was 19. That was terrible. It was really bad. Let's see. Okay, gotta fix the rail ends. No. So, I've got 2 jobs. One is this one that you're seeing, which is my own personal project. That's independent. Does not pay any bills. It might in the future, but right now it pays no bills. I have been an independent game developer before. I had it as a source of income. I never got to a point where my own games were making me enough to make a living off of. My day job, I'm an engineering manager for a company that makes a website for farmers. And I manage 24 other people. Let's see, did I unpack that? Yeah, I did. Okay. But it's not a coding job. It's just wrangling engineers to get things done. I have worked as a professional game developer before for other companies, and I made some money from that. That was all right. But one thing I learned is that you can have the same set of skills same experience, and get paid about 75% as what you would make in a non-game version of that job. So like if you know how to do all the stuff at a certain level, as a game developer, you might make, say, $75,000 a year, and then take that same set of skills someplace else that's not games, $100,000 a year. So at that point, I was like, it's not that fun to work on other people's games. I'm getting paid less. Scotland. Yeah, there's another guy that is on here every once in a while from Scotland too. It'll be more stressful too, and there'll be less maturity in the people you work with, both technically and emotionally. Not to diss on every game developer. I'm just saying, on average, you got more hot shots and people who haven't quite figured life out in the game industry, and a lot more egos and a lot more brittleness. People that don't worry about rounding themselves out because they've just gotten so into that aspect of their lives. So that's my experience working for a paycheck in the game industry. But I do love making games, and I spend about 40 hours a week working on this game because I love it. It's like an expression of me and who I am. Quite rewarding. Yeah, Spinatya. That's something too. Like it's worth, if you only worked in game jobs or game development jobs, taking a contract or something at some other company just to see the difference. Because a lot of times it's you'll find a huge difference, but you won't be able to see it until you get out of that space. So what I mean is, like, suppose you go to some place that has people that are higher in their skill set, more architect level type people, and you start talking to them, just the way they approach problems is going to be a little bit different. You might hear more often people that don't necessarily advocate real hard for a certain technical idea to win the argument. They're more like, let's step back a little bit, let's look at the pros and cons of different approaches, things like that. People that build software to last for decades instead of months. So there's a lot of interesting people out there in the games community too. But there's a flavor to different sections of the software industry. So it's worth spending some time in different places and to see what suits you. Yeah, well, I mean, the good news is the world loves people that write code. Maybe economically they love them. So, yeah. So you should be able to make a chunk of change for your family one way or another if you know how to write some code. It's a lucky thing that I see for myself, that the thing I like to do a lot, the world happened to value a large amount. So I always feel really lucky when it comes to just what do I have to do to earn a living, and how much money to make. So, like, say I loved the outdoors and I wanted to be a park ranger or something like that. Work my ass off at it. I'll get someplace being a park ranger. I'll be making a quarter of what I'm making with the same amount of effort in the software engineering field. a librarian. Goddamn, I got a friend who's a librarian. She's like a librarian's librarian. She knows everything about it. She's written books about it. She has to scramble to get a job. She has to move to different cities to find work. It sucks, man. So if you're in a good field and like software engineering, like feel grateful. That's how I think. All right, who? Oh, it's my wife. Let's get this rolling. Oh, I'm tired of these rails. Been messing around with rails all day. Okay, 105, cool. Okay, rail end. We just get all the rail ends out there and then I'll come fiddle around with them. That'll be faster. Alright, here's my rail end prefab. I'll just drop it into place. Turn on snapping. Okay, so that gets it kind of close to what needs to be, and then I'll come back in a second pass. Okay, then let's go look around. Where else am I missing? Here I'm good. Dougal, I've been to Scotland. I don't know every nook and cranny of it. I've been to 2 places, but well, like where do you live at? If I may ask. Don't want to be a rude guy getting into your privacy. I'll just say the 2 places I definitely know a little bit about. It's Edinburgh and Glasgow. Glasgow, there you go. Paisley. Cool. I went to Glasgow during their theater festival. That was quite enjoyable, but it was a long time ago. It was like I think late 90s. Edinburgh might be my favorite city in the whole world. I've been there 3 times. Had an excellent time each time. I like the castle in the middle of the hill. And that okay, let's see. They've got the really big hill that you can walk up in like a half hour or something like that. Then they've got like it was a weird thing when you see that castle right in the middle, and then you see like there's actually military inside of it. So these guys coming out of a medieval castle with machine guns. I'm like, what? Guys with machine guns coming out of a door in the castle. It was cool. Didn't know what to make of it to start with. I do like haggis. I do like black pudding too. There's some restaurant that's nearby. Every once in a while I go there and get that. I don't know. I shouldn't just like think of every single thing I can think of Scotland and say what I think about it. That's sort of like coming up with like cliches and stuff, or just very touristy type things. So I'll stop from doing that. Anyways, it's a beautiful city, like you said. Got invited off the streets by strangers to have drinks with them and stuff like that. And so I got fond memories. Okay, then and I got some rails over here. No, not that one. And I think Limmy is Scottish, if I'm not mistaken. If he's Irish, then I apologize, but I like Limmy a lot. Limmy Show. And I watch that stuff on Netflix, and the first 15 minutes I need the subtitles on. Then after a bit, my brain wraps around the accent, and I can do okay. First 15 minutes, get those subtitles on. Oh. Okay, so I got all my rail ends out there. Let me just, there weren't that many. I thought there would be a whole bunch, but there's just a few. I'm just gotta clean them up a bit. Should be good. All right, unpack that one. Delete that. Where's the others? Yeah, over here. Okay, delete that one. One more here. Delete that one. Okay. Okay, so that one's fixed. Back down. God, I'm tired of rails today. I've done so much stuff with rails. That might be it. Be good to be done with this level. So I feel like, okay, there we go. There's the other one. Okay, so unpack that. Okay, got the top. That one's good. All right. Save that. And we get to move. Move this up to my release notes. I might be coming to the end of these, at least for today's session. I do have to do some work and gain the release build out, but that I will need to do off stream. So let's see, I got one more and then I think I'm gonna pack it up. Sacred lawns, here we go. There's one thing I would still like to get my outline shader to do, and probably break my brain doing it, is get some anti-aliasing around these edges. Like, I would just like it a lot if I could make the pixels around those just less opaque than the rest, and then they'd look like really nice lines. They don't look bad now, but they could look better. On high resolution, they don't look as bad because you get more pixels to smooth out the lines. Okay, so this one, I think she was up one square too high. Was that it? I don't see her up too high there. No, she looks fine. Was it a different level? looks fine. Was there some other level that was on? Huh. I don't know, I'd have to go back through the playtester videos to look for it. But this, I think I'm just gonna delete that one. Rest of these off stream, I think. Okay. All right, for the lovely folks who've joined me here, thank you. I'm gonna take off here. I'm gonna stop the stream. Hope to see you again. Dougal, Spinatya, Razaphone, whoever else might be lurking. Catch you later. Have a good day.